Hello everyone, welcome to the Chase VGM episode number 299.5. The Chase Community Top 100. Keep it going. Unfortunately, no lip for that one. Always love to have a chance to play our special intro music, and it is a special day today. We weren't able to do episode 300 for the convenience of the players. That will be this weekend, of course. I'm sure everyone's getting excited about that. But today is all about the top 100 community voted tracks. And I want to get our guide through this top 100 into the chat as well. Let's introduce some special music. Why not? Where is my special music? Oh, here it is. And of course, it is the gunner. Let's get him on the line. I believe he's already on the line, actually. On the line for a while now. I just got to unmute him because he was typing away. There we go. Gunner, welcome to the Chase episode 299.5. Your brainchild.
Yep. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, indeed. What ungodly hour did you have to get up today?
Actually, only 5:30. I thought it was going to be 4:30 because, I don't know. But, yeah, not too bad.
Awesome. All right. Well, we will want to try and keep all of our discussions brief, of course. There's a lot to get through today. But, of course, the biggest thing I want to say right now is thank you very much to the gunner for putting together the content for today's show, both setting up the voting process, compiling it all, some Excel magic sorcery going on to get it happening. Of course, thanks very much for all the raids as well that came through, by the way, and welcome to those players. But, well, of course, thanks for all the effort that you've put in. You've compiled the whole playlist for me beautifully. It's all ready to go. Yeah. It's going to be... It's already well-oiled machine, and I haven't even looked at it yet.
Yeah. So. Yeah, no, definitely my pleasure. I've always wanted to do something like this, and I was afraid this is basically a proof of concept, let's be real. Mm-hmm. I was afraid that it was not going to work out, but it worked out even better than I thought it would as a proof of concept. Like, this would have worked out well as, like, an actual going into it, like, super hardcore. And so I'm really excited to do it again in the future. Wink, wink.
Absolutely. And, of course, I think with this, and probably next time we'll have even more votes. So that would make the results even more accurate, if so to speak.
Yeah, definitely.
So some people might be a little bit unsure about how this will work. Do you want to give us a quick bit of a breakdown on how the list was constructed?
Yep. So just in case anyone missed it, I sent out a form to have everybody that wanted to list their top 100 tracks that could appear in the chase, including anything from any game that's in the list or any expansion, even if it hasn't been voted on to be in the playlist yet. And so I took everybody's top 100s, and they were technically ordered from 1 to 100, although that, as you'll hear, kind of impacted it a little less than just having the song on your list in the first place, because the ranking first is taken by the amount of times a song appears on a list, the amount of people that put that song on the list. So I'll say right off the bat, the top song had 11 of our 31 people put it on their list.
Quite substantial, actually, yeah.
Yeah. Number 2 was 10. 3 and 4, 9 people put them on their list. And to break ties within those, how many people put them on the list, then it was taken by the average of where in the 1 to 100 that song was. Which, as you go add more people to it, it matters substantially less where a single person puts it in their top 100. Like, if for the songs that will be on this list, the bottom of this list, 83 to 100, are the very top averages of 3 people voting for that song.
Okay.
So everything voted by at least 4 people is in the top 100.
Right, there you go. And after seeing the results and it all, because you know everything about it now, did it kind of pan out as expected? Were there surprises? I mean, without obviously giving too much away.
I would say so. Yes, the song that I thought was going to get number 1 is not top 10.
Ooh,
so
spicy already.
I'll say that. Yeah.
All right. Well, we want to, of course, get started with this. We already just listened to Echo Chrome, which ended up being number 80. Of course, this is quite a substantial track. It was the first time we've got to play the full thing. And I hope everyone did enjoy it, by the way. A very special track. It lasts for 75 minutes, with each minute representing a year of human life. I don't know if you had anything more to add to that particular track.
Not really. It's a long one, but I mean, it's a journey, and I enjoy listening to the full thing pretty much every time I do.
All right. Well, there's what I mentioned in the chat that we're going to enable the bot for today so that you can send your answers through. I'm just going to time it up because we just had some people send answers through while it was playing. So I'm just going to clear that now. And there we go. I was going to say, is the bot already died? Okay, no, it's fine. So I've cleared that off. We'll go back to our screen. It should all be set up there nicely. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. And then we are going to pretty much get straight into. We're only going to jump back in and make commentary periodically. Otherwise, this will take a very long time. We're going to play the first 5 tracks all in a row. And an interesting observation actually was that there's a tie for number 100 and a perfect tie. Isn't that right? So the first 2 tracks that we'll play are both tied for number 100. Let me just put that up on the screen now. I do have a little...
so we're actually listening to 101 songs today.
Yeah. So what I'm going to have to do is, to make sure I don't insta-botch this, is I'm going to need to make sure I block... That's not the right button. That's why we check. There we go. That shouldn't reveal it. So number 100 coming up, and you can send through your answers. Let's get started. All right, so there you have it. Our first 5 tracks so far in our top 100. A tie at 100 and a tie as well at 97, I think it was. Yeah, 97.
Yep.
So less information, I guess, it's going to cause some more ties. We'll probably break apart as we get further on. Do you know how many ties there are in overall?
Well, the as you go like lower and lower, of course, there's going to be a lot bigger ties, like a tie for 1,640 that's among 16 songs
in the top 100. Yeah.
Yeah, there's quite a few coming up. I think the highest tie is a tie for 30th.
Ooh, okay, very contentious.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, and so just to recap, there we had Kirby 64, Wild Arms 5, Risk of Rain, Hat in Time, Seal the Deal, and Guilty Gear XX as well. It looks like, of course, right off the bat, well received by the players. I think there's some quality stuff. Everyone on board.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to note. Terrible Monster Attacking Crew, I don't think has ever come up in the chase. So a song making the top 100 that is basically unheard of, but it was also put there entirely by chasers. So,
and I will be interested to see what it was. Factory inspection, by the way, Frito, and I will be interested to see how many tracks play that aren't in the chase. Will definitely sway my decisions in terms of boosting in the future. So, yeah, we'll have to check out what happens in that regard. But do you have any other commentary to add, or shall we continue?
Yeah, so I gave people, when they sent in their votes, the option to like just put a little comment for songs and whatnot. And I didn't think anyone was actually going to, but actually quite a few people did the full lot. All like commented on every single song.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, so Surface Tension, Vorpal wrote, sorrowful and melancholy with a strong thread of driving passion. The instrumentation and mix is insane.
Yep.
And Zaj simply put, cool time signature, smiley face. And I agree. That is one of the big reasons that Surface Tension is probably my favorite song in Risk of Rain.
You know, I never really think about the time signature, but it does, you know, I really like Surface Tension. It's one of my favorite tracks from the game. So totally agree with that feeling. Any other commentary?
Just for killing 2 birds, Luco wrote Straight Bop for a hard as balls fight.
All right. Well, we're going to be continuing on. Coming up next is tracks number. We got 96 down to 92. Let's begin. Next track.
to blame, fighting for air while you circle the drain. Never be sorry for your little time. It's not when you get there, it's always a climb. But
All right, there you have another 5 tracks that played there when Con Lentitude Poderosa played in the Chase recently. It got
Pod Racer.
Pod Racer, that's right. Played in the Chase recently. It did get some interest from those who hadn't heard it before, including myself, and it was nice to listen to it again to cement that kind of, this is definitely something that I enjoy. So hope you all enjoyed that as well. Oh, for those who are slightly triggered by the misplaced scoreboard, it's all bound up with the background at the moment, and if I move it, I think everything's going to move out of position, so you're just going to have to just leave it there for the moment. Any commentary on our last 5 tracks?
For Besaid, Luco mentioned, if I could live here, I just might. And if that played constantly, I probably would too.
Yeah, it's a nice track.
And then both Luco and Rincelius's comments for this one, for Con Lentitude Poderosa, were basically, if Coalescence is so good, why isn't there a Coalescence 2? And, hey, want to see me compose a masterpiece? Want to see me do it again? So
very nice, very nice. I have a question for you.
Yes.
What position did your number 1 get on the list?
It barely missed out 100. I think it was 130 something.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, mine's coming up. It's going to be number 90. Where 91 is coming up next. But my number 1 was number 90. So I think it'll be interesting for the people who are watching at home to think about to see where their number 1 ended up. I think that's quite interesting as well. Any other comments about some of the other tracks that played so far, or? We had our first NES one in Final Fantasy.
Yeah. The Final Fantasy inning begins.
Yeah. All right. I think we should be safe to continue on to the next 5. Yes.
Yep.
All right. Let's go.
Let's go.
Number 91. Here we go. All right, so there you have it. Another 5 tracks down. Give me some details, Gunnar.
One of the big boys
Yes.
already down.
Yeah, is this the longer? Oh, actually, don't answer that question because given how long that was, answering the question would give away probably way too much information.
Actually, I don't know. I was debating putting it in chat. This is the 5th longest track in the top 100.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So
that keeps it ambiguous enough, I feel.
Yep.
But yeah, tell us a little bit about what we listened to. Any comments?
I love. This is probably one of my favorite comments on any of the songs that anyone put down. For Vorpal's comment, the first sentence is just gore-soaked, molten, weapons-grade sonic weaponry, and yep, that's somehow that manages to perfectly sum up BFG Division.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, some people in chat are asking about the teams. Just to quickly go over that, there will be some games for the teams to play while we're running the show on the weekend, while everyone else is having their turns. Just give you something to do. Basically, table games, I guess, is the best way to think of it. So you'll be working together as a team, and the teams that you get put into may come into play in the future as well if we decide to do group things again. So it's just setting up a bit for the future, and also just a little bit of fun on the side for episode number 300 as well. I've still got a few more people to assign teams. I've got a short list as well, so I'm trying to spot those people as they appear in the chat. Let me know whether or not if I've added you and you haven't been assigned your role in Discord. Let me know so I can fix that. But I'm pretty sure I've gotten everyone so far. All right, we've got another 5 to go, and by the looks of it, this one's a little bit more of an interesting 5. Like just quite a bit of variety. I think there'll be some pleasant surprises coming up soon. So
yeah, one of these is definitely probably my pick for the most surprising in top 100.
Ooh, okay.
I think it's the next one. I think it's the first one up. Yep, 86.
All right, let's have a listen. Number 86. What made it in? Let's find out.
Short steps, deep breath, everything is alright. Chin up, I can't step into the spotlight. She said, I'm sad, somehow without any words. I just stood there, searching for an answer. When this world is no more, the moon is all we'll see. I'll ask you to fly away with me until the stars all fall down. They empty from the sky, but I don't mind. If you're with me, then everything's alright. Why do my words always lose their meaning? What I feel, what I say, there's such a rift between them. He said, I can't really seem to read you. I just stood there, never know what I should do. When this world is no more, the moon is all we'll see. I'll ask you to fly away with me until the stars all fall down. with me, then everything's alright.
All right, and we're up to 82. With
82.
and apparently this is the next tier. The Steam
Yep.
Gardens is four votes max. Oh,
Yep.
minimum rather.
4 votes. Yep.
All right, give us a download on the last 5 tracks that just played. What's
All right.
the commentary?
Yeah, we had Annie, who I believe is a friend of Schuster's, who
Serene Dreams, I think.
is yes, Serene Dreams. Said everything's all right. Feels very fragile and tears always flowing when I hear this.
Oh.
Yep, it definitely seems that's a track that'll do that to you.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of people mentioning that in chat as well when it started playing.
Yep.
Akada as
And
well.
For Aquarius, for Taffer's comment, hopefully we'll eventually get to hear the additions from Circle of the Moon, which is a beast with remixes. Big yes. Circle of the Moon's version of Aquarius is probably my favorite version of the track. And just in general, Circle of the Moon has really good stuff for how not very good the game is.
All right, so it'll be interesting to see how that one gets into the chase. Yeah, all right. So we've ticked off a lot of franchises already. I mean, I think the general feeling so far from me has been, man, if we're only up to 82 and the quality is this high, like, man, it's just gonna keep getting better from here.
Can
if
only
that's
go
even
up from
possible.
here.
Yeah. Anything else before we move on to track number 81?
No, I think we should be good to move on.
All right. Let's continue on. Track number 81. Let's have a listen.
This was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. Aperture science. We do what we must because we can. For the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. But there's no sense crying over every mistake. You just keep on trying till you run out of cake. And the science gets done and you make a neat gun for the people who are still alive. I'm not even angry. I'm being so sincere right now. Even though you broke my heart and killed me and tore me to pieces and threw every piece into a fire. As they burned, it hurt because I was so happy for you. Now these points of data make a beautiful line. When we're out of data, we're releasing on time. So I'm glad I got burned. Think of all the things we learned for the people who are still alive. Go ahead and leave me. I think I prefer to stay inside. Maybe you'll find someone else to help you. Maybe Black Mesa. That was a joke, haha, that chance. Anyway, this cake is great. It's so delicious and moist. Look at me still talking when there's science to do. When I look up there, it makes me glad I'm not you. I've experiments to run. There is research to be done on the people who are still alive. And believe me, I am still alive. I'm doing science and I'm still alive. I feel fantastic and I'm still alive. While you're dying, I'll be still alive. And when you're dead, I will
right, there we go. 76 is where we're up to so far. And Mallard's Tomb, I haven't
Wow.
listened to it that far in before. I was quite enjoying that. So,
Yeah, I actually don't think I'd heard it until I noticed that this was in the top 100, and I was like, "Ooh, what?"
yeah, one
And I
that
listened to it, and yeah, I understand why.
yeah, one that surprised me when I saw it coming up next. But after listening to it, I'm not so surprised anymore. I'd say. What else can we comment on about the last 5 tracks that just played there?
Well, Retro used the comment section of Rescue Girl to remind me that I need to resign after
Your house,
my apartment burned down. Yeah.
So for those who weren't there, there was a episode where Gunnar was chasing, and then we had to stop the show because he had a fire
alarm started going off. Yeah.
Yeah, and then directly when you came back, the next track that played was Rescue Girl, which was quite amusing.
I called it out too. I said if Rescue Girl plays, then I'm quitting as a chaser forever. And then it played like 2 songs later.
Yeah.
Immediately after coming back.
Great chase moment there. We also had the typical Still Alive, not a surprise at all to see that one in there. And a little bit more of a low-key stuff in general with the last 5, I would say, with both the Mallard's Tomb, but also Leighton's Theme and Brinstar Plant Overgrowth area as well. Some people getting into their slow jams, if you know what I mean. I'm glad that we had quite a lot of them make it in, because we didn't want this to be like a top 100 breakbeat
Banger
music.
City.
Yeah.
You
gotta mix it up, and I think the players did a good job of that. Anything else to add?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, Luco's comment for Mallard's Tomb. This song captures that link to something old and otherwise forgotten. It's comforting, and there's some kind of parenthood here too. And Dodge noted that this is in a completely missable area, apparently.
Oh wow, that would be a shame.
Yeah, no kidding.
I think anyone would be quite upset if you had created such a nice track and then had it where most players completely missed it or something like that.
Yeah,
you could even probably find out if it's on Steam. You could probably get like a trophy or an award for it. What are they called?
Achievement. The achievements.
And then you can check how many people, what percentage of players who've played the game got the achievement. Anyway, we will continue on. Our next 5 tracks are coming up. Let's have a listen to number... I've got it blocked. Yes, I do. Number 75 coming up next.
It's time to raise our sails. It's freedom like you never knew. Bags or a pass, say the word, I'll be there in a flash. You could say my hat is off to you. Oh, we can zoom all the way to the moon from this great wide wacky world. Jump with me, grab coins with me, oh yeah. It's time to jump up in the air. Jump up, don't be scared. Jump up and your cares will soar away. And if the dark clouds start to swirl, don't fear them, shed a tear, 'cause I'll be your one-up girl. So let's all jump up super high, high up in the sky. There's no power up like dancing. You know that you're my superstar. No one else can take me this far. I'm flipping the switch. Get ready for this. So let's do the Odyssey.
Odyssey, yes, see. 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 Odyssey, Odyssey.
Spin the wheel, take a chance. Every journey starts a new romance. A new world's calling out to you. Take a turn off the path, find a new addition to the cast. You know that any captain needs a crew. Take it in stride as you move side to side. They're just different points of view. Jump with me, grab coins with me, oh yeah. Come on and jump up in the air. Jump without a care. Jump up 'cause you know that I'll be there. And if you find you're short on joy, don't break it down, forget that you're still our one-up boy. So go on, straighten up your cap. Let your toes begin to tap. This rhythm is a power shroom. Don't forget you're the superstar. No one else can make it this far. But to come through that stage, now you've got panache. So let's do the Odyssey.
Odyssey, yes, see. 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 Odyssey, Odyssey.
All right, we are down to 70 tracks remaining. We just listened to Frog's theme there, which was as Piero in the chat, and welcome Piero as well, one of our new players, mentioned it did play at the Tokyo Olympics as well. So we're getting into that quality of that caliber right now. Gunnar, tell us some information.
Yes.
What are the players' thoughts?
Someone is picking a fight. He's ready to fight. Not one of the 4 votes for Fountain of Dreams, but rather a 5th one for a different version, the version from Kirby Air Ride.
Oh,
and Zaj says, better than the Melee version, fight me.
Oh, well,
so
have to listen
better
to
be
first.
down to throw hands. Put your money where your mouth is, Prince Ilias.
I've got to say, Fountain of Dreams definitely made my list as well. It's a great track. It's actually kind of quiet in Melee itself. It's very turned down. I don't know. Most people who've played Melee probably have noticed that, but it's definitely one of the quieter tracks, which is a bit of a shame because it's so good. But at least it's good that this is actually a tournament legal stage as well, so you get to hear it a lot. What else was there? Of course, we had the Frogs theme. What else? Fear Factory, Jump Superstar, and Fighting in the Street as well.
Our Fighting in the Street, our Streets of Rage.
So with 70 to go, I mean, I thought I'd just be chilling and sitting back, but I'm pressing buttons like I am on the ball right now, trying to keep everything up to speed. I didn't expect it to be this intense. All right, players, 70 more to go. Are we ready to continue?
I'm ready.
All right,
so let's go.
Number 70. Let's have a listen.
Do your best. Picnic 気分 feel so good. 素敵な afternoon. プラチナみんな yeah. 固めて転がす I love you いつでも smile for you. 君だけにラムへそう頑張らなくちゃ Compilation Compilation お揃いの T シャツ Hey 手編みのマフラーと Oh yeah ハートウォーミン目白押し気分酔いしれて
All right, there we have it. Another 5 tracks down, finishing on a great track, Chrono Trigger, Chrono Trigger.
Our first game name, song name, same thing.
Yeah,
Song.
I think this one was on my list. I can't actually quite remember. I think Chrono Trigger was actually something I forgot about, and then I had to go back in and push some in. So I think this one may have made the cut for me. I really do like the end, and it is a shame, as Sergio I think was mentioning, that perhaps in the game it doesn't play the full thing.
Yeah, I think the end part is my favorite part of the song.
You've gone a little bit robotic on us, but I'm sure it will fix itself. What can you tell us about the last 5 tracks that I've just played there?
Yeah, I think the only one that anyone really had commented on was the Tantal Knight. Rensselaer is saying, "Wow, what a unique snow area!" After the first game already had a unique snow area. I can't tell if that's being sarcastic or not. Probably not, but yep.
Maybe they were just, it's 2 unique ones, and it's just a coincidence they're from the same franchise. Yeah, I mean, some good tracks in there, of course. I think Apuna is definitely up there. Yeah, I think you were thinking the same thing. Surprisingly high. It wasn't guessed by too many players, but it still managed to get to 69. So, well done to that track. And
was definitely on my list, and I think that was helped a lot by the people that also got it into the GameFAQs VGMC. That it did. I can't remember. I think it got to the semifinals the year that it was in, which was 2 years ago. No, I think it was quarterfinals. Or maybe it was only round 5. I don't know. I don't remember. Either way, it did really, really good. And, yeah.
Nice.
Very good song. I love that song very much.
Apparently, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Tantal Knight also hasn't played in the regular chase before, which is something that I suspect may have happened. Like, there might be a playlist issue with that.
The top 100 exposes his ass.
Yeah, no, I'm glad. Because we want to make sure that if something like that happens, that we can get it back in. If it was meant to be there, I can definitely check it out. Unless it's just been super unlucky, which I kind of doubt it, because I feel like every track past a certain point has played. At least in the final chase before, so yeah, we'll definitely check out that one. Just remind me next week when I'm not going to be so intensely involved with other things.
After 300,
yeah, pretty much. All right, so we've got 5 more for you to have a listen to. You ready to go?
Yep, let's keep going.
All right, here we go. Oh, have I got my screen blocked? Yes, I do. let's stop for a moment and appreciate that one because that track came very close down to the wire, and I don't have much time. You can only get to see the box art for 2 seconds if I stopped it there, and I haven't even finished marking yet, so that one was a little bit too intense for me. All right, let me just add
Mega
up
Man
those
has
points.
joined the chat.
Oh yeah, but Mega Man is putting me under severe strain right now. All right, let me just update those points there. Where are we up to? I think we just played 4 tracks.
Yep.
All right. Any comments on so far? We may as well stop there at that hard one to stop.
Every time I listen to Resurrections, even though it's an almost 9-minute track, if you ignore the awful phone booth part at the end, it never feels that long. Like,
yeah, I didn't feel like it. It
yeah.
didn't feel like it was going for that long. No, I agree. Yeah, there's enough variety. It changes quite a bit, and it's generally overall quite good. So yeah, it's not Heihachi. Yeah, this box art. I'm glad we got to have a look at the ugly game covers. But yeah, 62 is where we're up to. Any other comments as well, by the way? We had the double Castlevania.
Very, very simple. A Journey from Rencilius for Resurrections.
Aha, yes, yep. Yeah, all right.
Easily summed up in 2 words.
Very well. We've got a bit of a run coming up next. We'll see. Looks like, I mean, there's one. We should be all right. I'll do 6 in the next batch. Let's go.
Ooh.
Oof, we're going to stop there again. It's putting me through my paces right now. The Mega Man X track, which only went just a few seconds over 1 minute, only just got all the answers in and finished them. We're going to have a moment's pause to. I could barely keep up with updating the countdown. So these short tracks are deadly, but we can update those points and admire the launch octopus, I presume, in the background. Yeah, Gunnar, tell us a little bit about we had the Double Smash and Earthbound Super Mario RPG, and of course Mega Man X just then. I'm not sure if you're muted at the moment because you've been quiet for a little bit there.
Yeah, I've been talking.
Yeah,
been trying to talk.
Yeah, I'm just talking over you. Yeah.
Oh well.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So no one left comments for any of those 5 that just played, but I can gush all I want about Targets because that's one of my top 10s.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love
that
Target.
song's so good. I could and have listened to it for just hours and hours, even though it's less than a minute loop.
Oh yeah,
never gets old.
I mean, it's testament to the track that if you ever do home run contest or break the targets, you end up retrying over and over again. And the fact that you can do that and then still listen to it outside the OST and not hate it is
exactly.
Good. And of course that slow-mo version of it on YouTube somewhere, that's a buff as well. It's just as good at half the speed. All right, well, that was our little pit stop there. Not too much to say about those ones. I mean, I guess aside from the fact that Beware the Forest Mushrooms, that one was a gimme to make the list. I did
basically.
I would have put money on that one being in the list. But there you go. Now let's see. Oh yes, we've got our next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that should be good. All right, let's continue on. 5 tracks coming up. Just let everyone know as we continue. Try and pay attention to the times up, because I think what's causing some of this to happen is that people are sending answers quite a bit after the time is up, and I have a think. I don't know if it's playing up with the bot or not, but it might just help it along. I know it's hard to avoid sometimes, but just letting you know.
Also, just a note.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention this. This is actually a tie for 54th. So.
Oh, good timing. Okay, so
Yep.
I didn't even get to type that out. So we are up to 54, and here is what it tied with. I'm just going to clear the thing right now because I think it's going to cause a problem. Otherwise, may as well preempt that and get that time up again. All right, and we are good to go. Next track. Let's have a listen. All right, with 50 tracks left to go, I think that's a good time for a little not an intermission,
A halfway,
yeah,
halfway point.
but some commentary. Absolutely, the halfway point. What are some facts and details about the last bunch of tracks I played? There was a few. Any commentary?
No, none from the players on any of these last 5.
Well,
I was very surprised that Cossack Stage 2 got as much love as it did.
yeah, it's pretty high up
Like
there.
specifically, it's a good song. It didn't ever peg me as one that would be like numerous people's favorites, but now that I know it and I like listen to it a little bit harder, yeah, I can see how people would pick it out.
We're definitely getting into the territory. I'm looking ahead, and we're getting to that like S tier kind of stuff already.
Yeah.
There's some stuff in here that could easily make anyone's top list, even if this is getting into the territory of you know the track names, even if you don't even know what it sounds like practically. Like it's getting you know in passing. So they're becoming very famous. It's kind of weird. We're having a situation where the tracks are getting easier as time goes on. More people
later and later.
Yeah, it's getting easier and easier to answer. These are very popular VGM tracks on our way. Forest Interlude, of course, all the DKC2 tracks. DKC2 hitting pretty heavy at the moment. Mega Man 3 hitting very heavy. And High Above the Land sound exactly like Rainicorn. I noticed that as well.
Did not even I didn't. Now that I know, it's been mentioned, I'm never gonna unhear it.
Yeah, neither, for sure. And Liberi Fatale was a track that melted my face off when I first played that game, so I think it warrants its position. I think we are ready to get down into the top 50, the next level. How many votes are we at the moment? Like, how many votes?
Oh, good question. I forgot I was going to keep track of that. 42 is the first track where we get 5 voters.
Ooh,
so,
okay.
Yep.
All right.
Just 8 more left of 4.
Right.
7 left.
All right, well, let's continue on. Track number 50 coming up next. All right. Damn, I couldn't have timed that any better. I literally just sat down. You must have heard it. You there?
Yeah. What? Oh my god. So I'm just laughing about how we have that looped. The song, so in game, the two halves of the song loop independently. So it's funny there. We have the second part looping back to the first.
Okay. I must have just missed what you're talking about because I literally sat. I grabbed myself a coffee, and I sat down, and then you're having a giggle. So, okay, fair enough. All right, so we've just listened to our last 5. We had another Mega Man track, right? We're the Robot. Some people saying best Mega Man track ever. I know that you're
it was my favorite for a very long time. It's no longer my absolute favorite, but it was on my list for sure.
Got a remake in Smash Ultimate as well, from memory?
Yeah, it did, by the same composer. I actually don't like the remix as much, but I know a lot of people like it way more than the original. So it's a very split opinion remix.
Castlevania going very strong in the top 100. Another track presented as well, and probably more to come. I'm pretty sure about that. Genova, one of the best battle tracks from the Final Fantasy series. Just got that unique sci-fi feel to it that's perfect for the kind of boss. Soul Calibur 2 Confrontation. For those, Soul Calibur 2 is one that's not generally popular, but for those who hear it, like who've played the game or listened to the OST regularly, it's like an insta-lock. It's very hard to walk away from that game without liking the music, so unsurprising there. I think that one was on my list too. And Undertale, of course, we've probably got quite a bit of Undertale on the list.
Took this long for it to show up.
Two so far, was it? We had one earlier, didn't we?
Did we?
Oh, okay, that means that there's going to be there's going to be a few more to come probably if we've got this far.
I think this is the first one.
Okay, quite a long track as well. 12 minutes 40 in total, but we have stopped it here. So yes, any commentary from the players on this one?
Rincilius for Undertale. Undertale just has the comment Undertale.
Nice, 3 Undertales. Yep.
Yep. And Taffer for Mad Forest, one of my favorite stage themes from the series. Can't think of a bad remix for this, and I can't either. Mad Forest is one of those songs where I can listen to any remix and it's always just good. Like Mad Forest as a song is just conceptually amazing. And easily one of my favorite songs from Castlevania. I think it was in my top 20 for this. I had it in my top 20. So
I think
I love that song a lot.
Having a look ahead, not sure how to word this without spoiling, but I think we're about to listen to, because you're probably looking ahead as well, I think we're about to listen to the tracks where the graph of obscurity and performance peaks in terms of the maximum obscurity to maximum performance. So
easily.
Yeah, I think after that it's going to be like literally like you're at one of those VGM orchestras I was talking to you about, where they wheel out all the regulars. So let's have a listen. Next 5 tracks. Here we go.
I see is trouble. Making my way back home, making my way to cover. It's dangerous to go alone, so you better find another. The sky scraping the ground, and we don't roll our windows down, 'cause things just ain't the same anymore in this town. Taking a ride downtown, taking a trip through the rubble, taking a look around. All I see is trouble. Making my way back home, making my way to cover. It's dangerous to go alone, so you better find another. The sky is scraping the ground, and we don't roll our windows down, 'cause things just ain't the same. Things just ain't the same, and things just ain't the same anymore in this town.
another 5 down, and some overachievers in that little bunch just there.
Definitely.
Cook
I
served
think
delicious
people.
3. Wow.
Yep. People understand now what we meant by the peak of obscurity and quality. You get the 1-2 punch with Cook Serve Delicious 3 and Eschatos.
Yes, and I've got to say I've gushed over this track so many times since my my love for this track fully formed. But I just had a moment where I listened to that track. I think it was one of those moments where I was away from the keyboard and the track was playing while I was listening to Eschatos, and then it was just one of those moments like, what is this? And I came back and I just let it. I just singled out that one track and I just left it on repeat. And then I was like, my God. And the more you listen to it, because it's a long looping track, it's one of those.
It's like a 3-minute loop.
Yeah, it's one of those ones you don't immediately get, but then the more listens, you know how the full 3 minutes or so before the loop goes.
The structure of it.
Yeah,
And whatnot.
and then once you learn it, it's so satisfying. I think a lot of the best tracks that a lot of people really like are well, at least for me, is that kind of track. That's really top tier stuff when you can have like a full 3 minutes of greatness and then have that little satisfying loop that comes back to the beginning. Just makes it so you can put that. That's the repeat stuff. That's the stuff you leave on repeat. Like 2-minute tracks are nice, a 1 minute loop and off you go. But it always feels like there's that meat of it that's missing. But when you have like a 3-minute track, that's a feast. That's a VGM feast. And I've got to say, my like for your favorite was Massive X from Eschatos. And I'm getting on that train too. So big.
My number 1 of all time.
If you're not on the Eschatos train, get on it, basically, is my comments on that one. We had a bit of a change of pace with Midna's Lament as well, and it was quite well guessed, by the way, with the players as well.
I thought the mood whiplash just straight from Point of No Return and then into Midna's Lament and Moonsong.
And Moonsong being the first one from Cave Story coming in. I'm not sure if we'll see it again, but a favorite. It's one of the ones that was suggested as a part of its submission as well. Any commentary on any of these tracks?
Actually, Luco for Moonsong was mentioning that it still gets me that this OST was made by someone who'd never studied music prior.
Oh, that is impressive.
Yeah, Pixel had not before starting Cave Story, and he even programmed the program that he used to make the music for the game, which is in a music format that he created as well.
Oh my God.
With samples that he created and everything.
What dedication. That is, you have to be seriously just your whole body and soul into that one thing to be able to be that committed. Yep. Absolute legend. Absolute legend. Actual legend.
Actual legend. Yep.
All right. Anything else before we move on to our 40s? Oh, now 40 into 36, I should say.
No. It looks like we should be good to go. And we're starting with Midna's Lament. We're into the 5 votes. So 5 people hopping on.
Yeah, and I think, looking at these next few tracks, we're definitely getting into the super heavyweight. Let's go. And we finish off those 5 with
Quick group.
yeah, it was actually very quick, and Chrono Trigger is just knocking it out of the park with its presence in this list.
Yep.
I mean, that's to be expected. Chrono Trigger.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yasunori Mitsuda is some top quality stuff, and that track,
Mhm.
you know, I've never, I know of it, like I hear it, but I've never really, it's never been in my rotation for Chrono Trigger.
No, yeah,
That's
same.
That's really good. It's really, yeah, it's top quality.
Like
stuff.
I know I've definitely like listened to it before, but I've never really listened to it.
Yeah.
So when it beat out all this other stuff, I'm like, okay, maybe I need to like consider it a little bit more. And yeah, I'm glad I did. It's way better than I thought.
Castlevania getting some more on the list, and Zelda actually getting some on the table as well. It was a little bit slow off the mark in the first 50 or so tracks. I don't think we had any. But now it's got 2 quite close together as well. Gerudo Valley, I mean, that's a given. That's
Yeah, definitely.
VGM 101, especially when we have a look at the fact that the players universally got that correct, for everyone who guessed at least. But yeah,
Nice.
so well on there. And Undertale, that piano start on that Death by Glamour, I've got to
I
say,
love Death by Glamour so much.
Cave Story situation again. What talent, Toby Fox, the dedication. You have to just be putting in so much time, and you have to really like be into your stuff, because you can't. It's very hard to be good at that many things at the same time unless you're really into it. You know what I mean? You have to dedicate yourself. So congrats on. He deserves all the bit of success that he got. I think, sure.
Yeah.
Any commentary from the players?
Yeah, we actually there wasn't any in the votes and whatnot for any of those 5, but Sergio reminded me of a really funny story about Death by Glamour when they were translating it for the Japanese soundtrack. They couldn't use the word glamour, like gurama, because that's used for like glamour models. So the word itself basically means like well-endowed female traits, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
so if they made it Death by Gurama, it'd be Toby said people would get the impression that Metaton is trying to kill you by suffocating you to death.
Yep. Gotcha.
With big voluptuous
cauliflowers. Yeah. Yeah. All right. And we did have that emote in our actual in our thing. That's new players are like, what?
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, we are down to the 35s and beyond. Let's continue on. Next track. Oh, I voted for this one. Let's go.
Same.
All right, 6 tracks in a row there. We had a tie for the 30th one. I thought it would be nice to have them both played together.
Heard some Toho there.
Yeah, we saw the chat talking about that one. Yeah, so what do we have there? The Epic Diablo 2 Tristram
Yeah,
Just from the chat,
that's. I knew that Tristram was going to be. I honestly thought it was going to be higher. Like, I think 33 is kind of low for it, honestly, because I remember one of the first communities, like, for game music that I like saw. I wasn't actually a part of it, but it was the Hardcore Gaming 101 forums, and they did something very similar to this, like a poll, and Tristram won it.
Oh wow!
Like, yeah, like won it. So ever since then, I've known, like, okay, Tristram is like, that's a big boy song,
Yeah,
and
I
I
think part
it
of
is.
sorry to interrupt. I think part of it is the demographic choice here.
Yeah,
Diablo is an old
yep.
game. Diablo 2 is an old game, so it probably just bypassed a lot of the players. I mean, I'm sure that a lot of the younger crowd can listen to it and appreciate it, but the nostalgic connection is not there, I guess.
Hmm.
So yeah, and I guess I don't know what happened with the remake. Actually, did they redo this track, or I don't know anything about that actually? Is the Diablo 2
Yeah,
remake got a new
no idea.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out. If anyone knows, let us know. But otherwise, yes, we have got another Undertale track, and Undertale gets another one under its belt. And yes, Risk of Rain doing very well actually as a series in the playlist as well. Kobe Airide, some people in the chat.
Visage core influence.
Yeah, so Kobe Airide was a pleasant surprise, for according to some of the players in the chat. And of course,
Yep.
just smattering of Final Fantasy as well there too.
Always Final Fantasy.
Any comments on these ones?
Brinselius left one for Chanson de Tom, which was just one day it will mash up well, and that hit me hard. It's one of those tracks that you just want so badly to find an awesome mashup for it.
Oh, I've got a list of those ones for sure. I literally go to them every single time we have a mashup competition, try them all again, and then put them all. I think what makes them good is that they have like unusual beats and stuff like that, and then you just realize, wait, I don't think this could ever work. Maybe I should have a challenge if anyone can actually mash up Clock Beach with anything. That would be an interesting one.
Ooh.
Yeah, that one's tough. The time signature is unusual and it changes, so that's brutal. That one. Anyway, if we're ready to continue, we're going to just do a quick little bite of 4 to get us back realigned. So let's continue on, shall we? Let me just make sure I'm up to date in my playlist. Here we go. Next track.
came back for more. Yeah, can feel time slipping down your spine. Ooh, you're trying to ignore. Yeah, but you can hardly swallow your fears and pain when you can't help but follow.
All right, there's our group of 4, and it was quite a chunk. Those 4 got to have quite a long listen to all of them.
Got our Sonic debut.
Yes,
This far deep.
quite deep, yeah, quite deep into it. Although I would have bet Live and Learn for sure if I was to guess.
Oh yeah, for
which
sure.
one would have performed. But yeah, we have 25 more to go, and
Wow, the last quarter.
absolutely, and yeah, I mean, yeah, this is some of the stuff that you auto know the name for a lot of the time. Any commentary
Yep.
on the last 4 tracks that played there?
Yeah, quite a few for this last one, Clock Towers Beneath the Sea.
Yes.
In stark contrast to his Fountain of Dreams remarks, Zaj puts, better than the Scootin' version, fight me, but luckily he won't have to fight anyone because it seemed like people agreed with him, and that's why this is this high up here.
Yep. And I know that every single time, what is it, that Scootin' comes up, Retilius always brings up that point as well. He's a big fan of that Hat in Time.
Yep.
Any other thoughts on this one?
Luco said, I think hearing this in a time riff for the first time was the single minute I realized I was going to like this game even more than Odyssey, which that's something when you consider like how similar Hat in Time and Super Mario Odyssey are, both in gameplay and also when they came out as well.
All right.
So just a single song pushing that over. It's got to be a powerful one.
There's some discussion in the chat. We're 75 tracks in, and we haven't heard too much from Pokemon yet. And I think people are theorizing that it's the split, it's the division of the tracks. Some like which one do you pick, and that division may have caused it to go the way it is. I mean, at the end of the day, whatever comes up is a group what multiple people have pulled. So no one. You didn't create the list, so I didn't create the list.
Yeah, exactly.
quite very. Not much of my stuff has come up, to be quite honest with you. And even for some of the bigger franchises as well. I don't know. Maybe I'm just hipster about some of my picks, but like even the Soul Calibur one, I put quite a bit of Soul Calibur in mine, and none of the. I don't think I definitely didn't put Brave Sword, Braver Soul, and that was the one that came up. So I was a little bit surprised about that one. And
what was the other one? Confrontation? Was that the?
Yeah, I did put that one, but it wasn't my top pick. And yeah, even some of the Final Fantasy stuff wasn't my picks either. I put other Final Fantasy stuff. So yeah, it's interesting which ones bubble to the top. But yeah, it's hard to really say much about it, I guess, because multiple people have picked this for it to get this far. I guess so.
Yep.
We have 25 more to go. What will get through next track?
Ooh,
yeah, we got more.
The next three will be the last of the 5 votes. So starting with number 22, it'll be 6.
Right. Okay.
6 big old votes.
25 coming up next.
けてきたよ。名前さえ知らないけれど、ただ一つの想いをあなたに手渡したくて。時は愛も痛みも深く抱き留め、消してくけど私は覚えている。ずっと私の胸の奥にいつからか響いていた、夜露の雫よりもかすかなささやきだけど、いてつく星の闇へ紡ぐ祈りが遠いあなたの空に届くように。
Never, and I've got to make my decision. This time it could be my moment. Is this a mirage or a chance to fulfill my mission? A river in a dry land, the land is in a lost land. A heartbeat for a demon, a wages in a strange land. I'm given the balance, but I'm standing on razor's edge now. What quick, all my life is over. One strike just a pain, then I'm out of his field of vision. Don't ask why I'm ready, but I'm ready to strike him down now. I just saw the news
stars. There's no time for indecision. A river in a dry land, the last is in a lost hand. When the hope of new beginnings burned our feet, now we needed a heartbeat for demon. Oasis in a siege land, remind us what we're here for. Creating new life, creating rivers in the desert. My heart is a furnace, had a selling my word of conflict. One goes what keeps me going. Take back what I lost to the bosses of greed and fear. Yeah. Don't ask why I'm ready, but I'm ready to take them down now. The time for a new start is constantly drawing nearer. A river in a dry land, the last is in a lost hand. When the hope of new beginnings burned our feet, now we needed a heartbeat for demon. Oasis in a siege land, remind us what we're here for. Creating new life, creating rivers in the desert. When a cool drop of water's all I need, gotta clear my head of anger and greed. A place to refresh heart and mind. Can I find some time? And rivers and dry land, the last days in a lost hand. When the hope of new beginnings burned our feet, now we needed a heartbeat for demon. Oasis in a siege land, remind us what we're here
All right, there we go. Another 5. We've got 20 to go. Gunner.
Whew.
We are almost there. I think we're on schedule too. Actually,
Yeah.
I think we're actually doing all right.
Because you gotta basically just take an hour and a half off of the stream time because
Oh yeah,
that was all Prime.
Yeah, we really started at 8 o'clock, or my time anyway. So I predicted 5 hours, I think, or so, and we're
I
rounding
think,
up that in 13 minutes. So okay, I'm going to probably be off about half an hour, but let's be honest, we kind of expected that.
Yeah.
All right.
We gotta talk somewhat at least. If we were just playing through it, then it'd be like 4.5 hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We just had Katamari, another OST that is performing very well. So
I think that was was that only the second one, or was that the third?
I thought it was the third. Maybe
I thought it was third too. Yeah.
Yeah.
With Katamari and the Rocks and maybe it was second. There's something I'm forgetting.
Maybe I just imagined a third one. Maybe. And
no, second. Oh, okay. It was just second.
Yeah, the Servants of the Mountain. That one is a big favorite of mine. One of my favorite, probably my favorite track from 10. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that, but definitely.
I totally was kind of blindsided by it getting this high up. I didn't think it was even going to be top 100. So when it was top 25, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of these things just pop out of nowhere. Chrono Cross appearing the first time, I'm pretty sure, for that one.
And Persona for the first time as well.
Yeah. Now, if there's another Chrono Cross track that doesn't play, my mind will be blown. So I'm hoping that one is. I have browsed the thing, but I can't remember exactly whether it is. But it's got to be because it made my top.
We'll see.
It made my top 10, I'm pretty sure, at least. So, am I out of touch? No, it's the Chase that's wrong.
It's the Chase.
Surely it's there. And of course, I personally, I think this Final Fantasy 6 Decisive Battle. I'm generally not a big fan of 6. Actually, I know
it's good,
up in
but
a
it's
hot
not
take.
something I think about like often. Like
Yeah.
it's.
I think it's a bit short.
Yeah, I think it's actually the shortest song in this top 100.
Oh right, okay, wow.
Yeah, even shorter than the Mega Man 3 tracks, which is mind-boggling. But yep, it's a quick one.
Any commentary from the players on these?
Just one on Rivers in the Desert from Shell Dude, who said, "I prefer the Persona 5 Strikers version, but it's not in the Chase, sadly."
Soon, maybe. I wonder if Sheldon's put his pledge on Persona 5 Strikers.
That's a good question.
Yeah. I love, by the way, if Sheldon's still here, I love the way that he votes. I don't know if anyone's ever paid attention to it, but he lives life dangerously, basically. He's he gains the points and spends them like straight away, and he's always on a knife edge about like he's barely like living on a profit. It's like a +2 per week kind of profit that's going on with his voting system. So yeah, good on him. He's going to be the fastest new player to get to 500 vote points at this rate.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right, we are down to the top 20. Let's have a listen. Next track. Next track is this one is totally like put it on the expected list for sure.
Yep.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Let's have a listen. All right, so there you have it. We have 15 left to go. And the question is, has the Final
Wow.
Fantasy well dried up? I mean, what's left at this point? I mean, I know
Yeah, that's a good question.
the players have speculated about what could be left over, but I'm wondering myself, if I was to guess, and I didn't have the answer in front of me, but if I were to be a player,
Cheater.
if I was to be a player though, I would have expected the well to have dried up. No, actually, no. There's one I can think of.
Yeah, there's only one I can think of.
Yeah. So.
And ironically, it hasn't been mentioned yet, which
Oh,
is
right.
kind of hilarious.
Yeah. But we'll soon find out, I guess. It's no surprise at all that there's probably going to be one with the 15 left to go. But
Yeah.
we did have two there. One Winged Angel. Look, I think it's good. And, I was mentioning in the chat a great participation event where we went to a concert and the audience had to sing the lyrics. And it was actually, it was funny because everyone was saying the lines and then they were kind of having a laugh to themselves afterwards. And it was actually, the audience participation was really good. It was a lot of fun. Personally, though, I'm more of the Extreme and the final battle from 8
Yep.
and 9. I prefer
Extreme.
them.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think they're just more enjoyable. Yeah, it's you got to be in such a weird mood for One Winged Angel. I feel like to listen to it by itself. And Man with a Machine Gun, of course, a lot of people have that as their top FF8 track.
Yep, was one of the ones in mine. That's for sure.
Mm.
But I've gone off about Man in the Machine with the machine gun on the chase before, so
Yeah.
I won't do it again. Already been done.
Sunrises, of course, that's not really. I think some people might have not been thinking about it, but when you see it come up, it's like, oh yeah, of course, Sunrises.
Yep. Yep.
And Capcom kind of struggling in general outside of its Mega Man representation. Someone mentioned MVC3 question mark Among Us's theme, but I think that there's not enough critical mass. I actually do have a question because I'm a Marvel fan. What was the highest rated Marvel vs. Capcom track?
I believe it was not from MVC3. I believe it was Morgan's theme from MVC1.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
In the lower portion of 3 votes. I believe. I would have to double check, but
I would believe that. And if I was to guess, I would say that maybe Doctor Doom's theme was from the highest one from MVC3. But then I guess it would only have to be like 3 or 2 people that voted for it. Anyway, that's just my personal interest.
Oops, that's right. I forgot. I actually took Morgan off my list, and someone else must have. So it looks like no Marvel track got more than 1 vote.
Rip. That must have been. I definitely put Morgan on my list, so that was me. All right, I'm the single torchbearer for that franchise. But yes, we have 15 more tracks to go. Unless you've got any commentary to say on the last 5, we may as well just keep going.
Nope. Other than just a rare dolphin from Rincilius for potential for anything.
I thought you were about to echo me for a moment. And I was like, oh my god, really? Man, nah. All right, we continue. We continue on. Next track, number 15. Let's have a listen.
14. It's a tie for 14. Actually, this is our highest tie.
Oh wow!
I didn't even notice it until just now.
Oh well, there you go. A tie equally. Man, that's got to be so specific to be a tied at 14.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's have a listen.
and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive for the day we see new light. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the
Well, I feel like we blitzed through those last 5.
I know that went by fast.
We're already by the top 10. All right, give it to us. Thoughts, comments. Maybe. Well, you know what? I was not expecting that Snake Eater track. I wasn't looking at the list that closely. Yeah. When it started playing, I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I guess so." As someone mentioned in the chat, people remembered, Metal Gear Solid 3. It comes up now and then. Well, Metal Gear Solid in general. But yeah, it's quietly sits in the corner. But there you go, Snake Eater, right in there.
Snake Eater.
Anything? Oh, the Scars of Time. You were mentioning. Why is this not number 1?
Yep. At the beginning of the show, I mentioned that what I was certain was going to get number 1 didn't even make top 10. There it was.
Yeah,
I can't believe it.
It is definitely a top lister, kind of like forever going to be. It wasn't it the top 1 ranked VGM in Japan. I remember a list of that.
It probably was the group that this whole thing is kind of inspired from, that I've been following for years and years and years and years. 1 year that they ran it, Scars of Time definitely won. I know Famitsu, the magazine, did a poll somewhat recently, and the Sunrises won that. And Sunrises has won 3 out of the 14 competitions on in that group that I was mentioned prior.
Wow.
I think Scars of Time actually won the 5th, and the 14th just ended this year. And I think Sunrises, unironically, won that again. It's won a couple years in a row. It might be its 4th time winning at this point. Wow. But yeah, both of those are gone. So,
jeez, I do like the track, but I don't know what your opinion of Sunrises is, but it's good. But I don't know if it blows.
I think it's really, really good.
Okay,
it's one of those songs where I think it's better than how much I like it, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I think that it's objectively better, but I don't like listening to it as much as I think it's good.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is the top 10. This is it. This is the top 10, and
starting right here at number 10 is 7 votes, Oof. 7 people.
Yeah.
10, 9, 8, and 7 were all voted for by 7 people. 6 and 5 by 8. 4 and 3 by 9, and then 2 by 10, and 1 by 11.
Man, 10 and 11, wow! We sat at 4 for a long time, but 10 and 11 is very decisive. That is even. I guess 1, 2, and 1 by the sounds of it, they could have gone either way, being only 1 apart. But it sounds like they were not going to be dethroned from 1 and 2. If you.
Definitely. I think the number 2, so the first 2 people whose lists were put in, it was mine, of course, and then Robin was the first to send hers to me, and both of us shared 1 track, and it's at number 2.
Oh, and just 1.
That was the number 1 forever, and then what is number 1 now overtook it, in the last few days of voting.
All right, so you're not allowed to say anything now. Yeah, if you've just spoiled slightly.
I've just spoiled.
Yeah, for the sake of a story, we're fine with that. All right, we will continue on. We have 10 tracks remaining. This is it. Let's find out our 10 to 6. Just make sure I'm looking at the right track before I play the wrong one. Oh, here we go. Oh boy, 5 to go.
Oh
We
boy.
are close. We have come a long way. Oh, let me update those points actually. Jeez. Yeah, we have come a long way. And there
It's
are
already here. Jeez.
5 left. Thanks everyone for joining us on this epic quest.
A lot of people have been here the whole time.
Yeah,
Jeez.
well done to those people. I'm still pretty. I'm tired at all. I'm totally fine. So good news there. How are you holding up?
I mean, it's one in the afternoon now, so
Yeah, you should be awake by now. Very good.
yeah.
All
I'm
right.
not awake by now. That'd be a problem.
Yeah, for sure. All right, now I have some questions for you. Actually, let's just talk about the last 5.
Okay. Yeah.
So, anything you'd like to add to what we just listened to?
Yeah, so Coalescence, as Vincilius noted, his number 1, and I appreciated his comment for it, which was simply Vincilius redeemed long play.
Nice.
Yep.
He's got to be happy with the Risk of Rain's representation in this top 100. It has definitely performed.
Oh yeah.
I think we had 2. Did we have 2 Risk of Rain 2 tracks and 3? 2 Risk of Rain 1s or something like that. It felt like we had 4 or 5 of them.
1 Risk of Rain 2, and then this is the 3rd Risk of Rain, so 4 in total.
Okay, sure, no worries. Yep, did well. And what else did we have? The Marios. The Marios coming in quite late, but I mean,
at the end.
Yeah, and
full swing.
And these were expected as well, I guess. Some people a little bit surprised with the Gusty Garden Galaxy. I mean, sort of, but I think it's always a shoe-in, to be honest.
Yeah, I definitely would have expected it to be here. Maybe not at top 10, sneaking right in at the 10th spot.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's definitely one. And Wily Stage 1, of course, that was going to be here. As much as I wish it wasn't,
for sure,
it'll always be here.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, So I think that the Galaxy track is trending down, if you know what I mean. Like, if we were to repeat this next year, I don't think we'll see it at 10. So I think that one will fall off. That's actually an interesting conversation. So let's talk about those ones. What would you expect between Mega Man to Super Mario's, like, so the Die Docs, Wily Stage 1, Gusty Garden fight with Seymour Coalescence? Which ones would you say next year would stay, would fall off, or improve if they can improve?
I think Coalescence, with this community especially, there's no way this would ever not be top 10. If we introduce some more people and they start listening to Risk of Rain, I feel like this is something that could be top 5 next time. I could see it taking over some of these in the top 5 that we have.
I think you're about to spoil it for a second there.
Nope,
yeah,
not saying anything.
My prediction is very similar. I would say Risk of Rain will stay or improve. I'd actually say that Super Mario 64 would stay but not improve, and I would say the others would fall off over time. But we have 5 left, and I have some questions to ask for you on the 5 that are left, and only answer by their number. Okay, so we're not spoiling anything.
Okay.
Which ones were you expecting to make it to this position?
To this
position? How many of them? Let's say were you
3 of them.
Yeah,
3 of the 5.
That's my number as well.
Yeah.
Which number were you surprised? Was pleasantly surprised that was on there? It was like, oh yeah, I think it's done well.
2.
Okay, yeah, honestly, me too. And also, which one is overrated?
4.
Ooh, okay. For me, jeez, I don't know if I should say.
If you're not saying 4, what is wrong with you?
No, I mean, 1. I'm gonna say it. 1 is overrated. I've told it out there. 1 is overrated.
Whoa!
Okay, 1 is overrated. Let's get down to the top 5. Let's get down to the top 5. Here we go.
All right, let's go.
Number 5. All right, so there you have it. Your top 5 tracks. Lots of discussion happening in the chat at the
Wow.
moment. What a roller
There it
coaster of
goes.
emotions.
Whew.
Look, I think that Dancing Mad is a piece of work. It definitely. I mean,
Yeah.
17 minutes long. I mean, even if you halve it down for repeats.
If I was, what was I saying before about? I think it's way better than I like it. Oh, Sunrises. Yeah, Dancing Mad is that, but like to an even bigger extreme. Like I actively dislike listening to the second and third parts, but like this is a masterpiece.
Yeah, and
like,
I think to kind of address like the why certain tracks make it on and why others don't, or even games actually. And I think it's because I remember Maestro was kind of talking about it once before, and it's kind of like when you get to top 100, the cuts get real brutal, and you immediately go to like, what are the most epic, like the biggest of the big, because it really, like, there was some on my list where I threw a bone to some. I think maybe, I don't know how many people did this when they were constructing their list, but there were some OSCs I felt like I was just throwing a bone to, and I didn't really actually think that they were even top 100 worthy. I could easily come up with something better that I thought that on a technical level was way better, but it had kind of like a charm to it or something like that. But I only really put about 5 to 10, not even, on that.
Yeah, there's a few that remained on mine that were kind of like that, but mine is otherwise pretty damn faithful to what like an actual top 100 that I like would be, which hopefully everybody did, but obviously you can't be perfect.
Yeah.
So,
but my notes basically 90% of it was S tier to me. Like, these are tracks that I just think like blow my mind when I listen to them. And it's interesting. This is so far ahead of everything else as well. It's not like it was even close. 11 is massive compared to the 4s that dominated the first half of the entire show that we just listened to.
Yeah.
So it is quite
unanimous. The 4s was like literally, what was it, 82 to 43. It's like that's a whole 40 chunk. And then the 5s take up another 20, and here you are at the top 20, only 2 more people, and then suddenly you're jumping 5 more people up from that is what rank 1 is.
Yeah.
So it's like, whew.
So generally, if you did because say for example HP was saying he did get a chance to vote. I'm not sure how many people in the chat didn't get to vote, but if you did, you could honestly, realistically only shift
quite a few people that have been here the entire time didn't submit. So
there you go.
I'm hoping,
be it on your own head.
This inspired them.
Yeah. Look, it's up to Sweetest brought up an interesting point as well. I think about the idea that if we run this again in episode 399.5, we're just going to kind of end up with mostly the same thing, and that's true. I think we will, but that's just how it is. That's the nature of a top 100. Yeah. A lot of the stuff is going to gravitate back to the top.
I think the top 10 will probably easily all get back in. The top 25, I would be kind of surprised if some of those fell off, but like beyond the top 25, I think any of those, like, just have like 2 people switch off them, and there you go, they're done.
Yeah, and I've actually
by more people coming in, adding more to all the other stuff.
And I also mentioned in the chat as well, I think the real winners are the overachieving relatively obscure. I mean, they're they would pick up in popularity. It doesn't really become obscure anymore. But the things like the Cook Serve Delicious 3 and the Scardos.
And like Cook Serve Delicious 3, if one person today that had listened to it for the first time was like, "Whoa, that is really cool. I'm gonna make a list and I'm gonna put it on there." And if we put that into this data, like, there you go. It goes up to the top 20 just like that.
I tend to. I mean, I'm slightly biased because I did put it on my list very high, but I agree with Dodo. I think that how deep that particular track penetrated the list is like a real testament to how much impact it had for it to be voted and voted high as well. And I didn't
say it earlier, but Eschatos Massive X was 122nd, just below there.
There you go. And what is it? I'll be interested that even if we do have a playlist that is, say, 70% the same next time we do this, it's going to be all about the ones that manage to break through and the impressions that some of the submissions that people have made on people. So very interesting.
Yep.
I'll be very excited to see what happens next time. But that is our list. And I've got to say, there was a lot of stuff on there that I was totally expecting as well. So I think, all things considered, it does seem pretty accurate. Pretty accurate in terms of what is the general VGM normie meta opinion on stuff, right? I think it's kind of true. Maybe we'll see a shift, but it's all up to the people who vote. We'll have to. We'll have to make sure if you didn't vote next time. Put your numbers in. That's the lesson.
Definitely.
And you had plenty of time. Let's not get that. Yeah.
Let me finally die. Give me the full list. Okay. There you go.
All right. Thank you very much, Dio. It was a great episode, top 100. I enjoy. It was such a treat to be able to listen to everything in its full, including Prime.
I'm so glad that we were able to actually do this. That it worked out too.
Yeah,
and people stayed. People stayed and watched this. What the hell?
Absolutely appreciate that. And yeah, we learnt a lot along the way. And there you go. Evidence has been provided. I think we just wrap it up now. No need to drag. We've been here for nearly 7 hours now. I think we'll leave it at that. Thanks very much, everyone, for watching. I've added as many people as I could onto a team while this show played. Schuster, I will add you as well. I'm sorry, but I have to break you up with Dodger because I wanted to try and keep as much of the original Machine team as I could. And if I add you, balance is a little bit off because that means Team Machine is getting a little bit way too powerful there. So I'm just going to end up winning again. But yeah, I'll if you have not got your role and you're in the chat and you missed out somehow, let me know and I'll assign you as soon as I can. But I think I got pretty much everyone. So yeah, thanks for that. Any other parting words?
No, not really. I think pretty much I've said my piece. Everybody can now see the whole scale of things, so I can go crazy over things like the what was it? The big boss from Digimon World 3 that Vorpal voted for, and I was like, ooh, what does this sound like? And now it's like a top 15 track for me. So good.
Yeah, I did that.
Now I can go crazy over that.
So to quickly answer Elias's question, I did that, Elias, because I wanted to. I know that you and Ash are good at FF, and that team that you're on was already overdosed on good players at that one. So I wanted to separate you from that and insert you into a team that would benefit from your knowledge more. Otherwise, that team was getting way too stacked. So. I was stacking the team that had already got the advantage from last time. So yeah. All right. We'll hope to see you all on the weekend, of course. And yeah, don't forget to register as well. If you haven't got your team on the list, put them on the list. It will help me a lot.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, everyone. I'll catch us all then. Have a good night.
300's next. Woo!
And have a good night, Dio. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks for hosting.
No worries. See you later.
See y'all.